One, two. Uh. Hey, hey. Check. One, two. Hey.
Yes, test microphone. Good morning. Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning. So welcome to the bid submission of Meralco CSP for contract capacity of 600 megawatts net, effective September 2025. We have admitted you inside the Zoom meeting so that you may witness the arrival and submission by interested bidders of the boxes containing the original copies of their bid document submissions. Through their authorized representatives or designated agents queuing at the entrance area of the Pasig Room of the 14th floor of Lopez Building inside Meralco's Operation Center in Pasig City, our venue of today's bid submission. We will begin issuing the queue numbers and start receiving the submission of the boxes containing the original copies of the bid document submissions. For better view of the arrival of submissions, you may set your Zoom view to speaker view mode or side-by-side speaker mode. Just as a reminder, as provided in detail in the House rules released via Bid Bulletin number 4 and re-adopted in Bid Bulletin number 6, bidders who are unable to timely submit their bid document submissions at the 9 o'clock a.m. deadline will have their access to this Zoom meeting removed after the said deadline. Also, no individual except for the Secretariat shall be allowed to make video or audio recording or take photographs of the proceedings. So let us now proceed in receiving the bid document submissions. So we take note, just for the record, in our receiving area and the registration area, first to arrive in the venue at 6:08 a.m. is Masinloc Power Company Limited. May I ask for the representative of Masinloc Power Company Limited? Come here, sir, in view of the camera. Sir, good morning. Kindly identify yourself and the company you're representing.
Good morning. I'm Attorney Jupiter Cabagio. I'm representative for Masinloc Power Company Limited.
Thank you, sir. I also note that you've already signed our receiving copy here in the attendance sheet. So may I see the box, sir, of Masinloc Power Company Limited? This one. So for the record, we will be marking this box as received by the BAC TSA at 8:03 a.m. Thank you, sir. Do you have any receiving copy for us to sign? Thank you, sir. You may proceed to leave the venue and continue to follow the opening to our Zoom meeting room. The next on our list, the representatives of Maribeles Power Generation Corporation. Sir, good morning. Please identify yourself.
Good morning. I'm Francis Paul S. Cinco, representative of Maribeles Power Generation Corporation.
Thank you, sir. I note that there's a box here tagged as Maribeles Power Generation Corporation. So we will be marking this as received at 8:04 a.m. Thank you, sir. Can I also sign on your acknowledgement receipt? Thank you, sir. You may also leave the venue and follow the proceedings in our Zoom meeting. Next, in our attendance sheet, arrived at 6:30 a.m. Firma Luzon Inc. May we call on the representatives of thermal zoning. Morning, sir. Kindly identify yourself and the company you represent.
Good morning. I am Jeremiah Padilla, the authorized representative of Thermal Zoning.
May we see the box of thermal zoning? Okay. Thank you, sir. So we will be marking this as received at 8:05 a.m. Sir, do you have any receiving copy for us to sign? Okay. So thank you, sir. You may proceed to leave the venue and continue to follow the proceedings in our live Zoom meeting. Thank you, sir. Next, representatives from GNPD. Good morning, sir. Kindly identify yourself and the company you represent.
Good morning, I'm Ronald Gutierrez, the authorized representative of GN Power Dinginin.
See the box of GN Power Dinginin? This is it. Okay, sir, it's big. We'll just leave it here. So we'll mark this as received at 8:06 a.m. Thank you, sir. So if you have no receiving copy, you may proceed to leave the venue and follow the proceedings in our Zoom meeting. Next, representatives from SLPGC. Hi, good morning, ma'am. Kindly identify yourself.
Good morning. I am Joy Marie La Rosa from Southeast Luzon Power Generation Corporation.
The box of SLPGC. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we will mark this as received at 8:07 a.m. Do you want acknowledgement receipt? Thank you, ma'am. So you may proceed to leave the venue and follow the continuation of our proceedings in our Zoom meeting. Finally, in our list here, in the attendance sheet, the representatives from Quezon Power. Good morning, sir. Kindly identify yourself.
Hi, good morning. I'm Michael Ian Rondario, authorized representative for Quezon Power Philippines.
Morning, sir. So here, the box, Quezon Power Philippines, we will mark as received as 8:08 a.m. Thank you, sir. So for the record, I'm also signing on the acknowledgement receipt of Quezon Power. There you go, sir. So thank you, sir. You may proceed to leave the venue and we'll continue, follow the continuation of our meeting in our Zoom meeting. Thank you, sir.
Gary, kailangan kailangan ka mag-register. Naka-register na din. Yung maybe. Oo. Kakain ko. Naganda daw ng ano eh. Heavy breakfast ng coffee para pag Galing sa bakit pa pala. So far, this is out of it. So may dalawa na dapat. Sila nag-register. Hirapan. Kasi yung nag-register na anim. Nakapag-submit. Kung may dalawa pang darating, sila nakapag-submit.
Good morning. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. The bid submission is now closed. Thank you. So we will be removing access to this Zoom meeting, the bidders who are not able to timely submit the document submissions as of 9 o'clock a.m. You may continue to follow and observe these proceedings and the opening of bid submissions through Meralco's YouTube page. You may access the link via Meralco CSP subsite at www.company.meralco.com.ph/CSP/ongoing bids. Please stand by as we prepare to conduct a roll call of the attendees and begin the opening of the bid submissions in a few minutes. Good morning again, everyone. As we prepare to start the opening of the bid submissions, we would like to take this opportunity to give a few reminders. For participants in the Zoom meeting room, kindly use your company name initials, surname, and first name for the display of credentials throughout the proceedings. Participants shall ensure that their names and the name of the company they're representing are properly reflected in their respective accounts. We would also like to take this opportunity to remind everyone of the House rules for the opening of the bid submissions, which was also released via Bid Bulletin number 4 and readopted in Bid Bulletin number 6, issued on August 19, 2024. Attorney Diane Lim Ong, the BAC PSA's legal counsel, will brief everyone on this matter. Attorney Diane.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. House rules have been released previously, so we will go through this very quickly. So the entire proceedings shall be under the direction and control of the BAC PSA. The BAC PSA's chairperson shall preside over the proceedings. The BAC PSA may request assistance from the TWG or the Secretariat to perform functions as may be necessary at the discretion of the BAC PSA. Only interested bidders that timely submitted their submissions, submitted at least 5 days before the bid submission deadline, are allowed to attend and participate in the opening of the bid submissions today, together with the CSP observers. Convergence of the interested bidders' authorized representatives in one venue or using one Zoom account is allowed, provided that they are all EOI-indicated authorized representatives of one bidder. So no individual, except for the BAC PSA Secretariat, shall be allowed to take video or audio recordings or take photographs of the proceedings. During a roll call, the bidder's authorized representatives must designate one of its authorized representatives as a speaker of the interested bidder. As a rule, only the designated speaker may speak on behalf of the bidder. Participants shall ensure that their names and the name of the company they are representing are properly reflected on their accounts. Participants shall also be required to mute themselves during the entire duration of the Zoom meeting unless prompted by the BAC PSA Secretariat to unmute. So only those recognized by the BAC PSA or the BAC PSA Secretariat may be allowed to speak. Participants shall also be required to turn on the respective video cameras during the entire duration of the proceedings. If necessary, the TWG and the BAC PSA may declare a recess of the proceedings and move to a breakout room for a caucus. Finally, all participants must observe the House rules provided in Bid Bulletin 4 and readopted in Bid Bulletin 6. The BAC PSA Secretariat may give warnings to participants who do not observe the House rules by indicating the same in the chat box. So the BAC PSA Secretariat will flag to the BAC PSA chairperson and recommend the removal of participants who continue to disregard the House rules or disrupt the proceedings from the Zoom meeting despite warnings.
Thank you, Attorney Diane. Thank you, Attorney Diane. Now, before we proceed with the opening of the bid submissions, we would like to conduct a roll call of the authorized representatives of the bidders that timely submitted their document submissions. As we call on your names, kindly signify if you are able to receive us clearly and you are ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions. So first, we call on the representative of GNPD, Mr. Raymond Edward M. Polito. Good morning, sir. Can you hear us and are you ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions? Good morning, representatives from GNPD. Okay, we'll skip to the next bidder. We'll come back to the representatives of GNPD. Next, from representatives of MPGC, Attorney Beatriz Irina Denise Alasas, Ma'am Elenita Digo,
Morning.
Mr. Francis Paul Cinco. Good morning. Can you hear
Morning.
us?
Yeah.
Are you ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions?
Yes. Did you hear me? Rex?
Hello, can you talk to our microphone again? We're testing ours.
Hello, yes. Hello.
Apologies, can you give us a few minutes? We're trying to fix our speaker inside the venue. Thank you. Good morning. Sorry, can you test again? Can we test again if you're able to hear you in our speakers here?
Good morning. Yes.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
So with that, and maybe we had a technical difficulty earlier. May I go back to the representatives of GNPD, led by Mr. Raymond Edward M. Polito. Good morning, sir. Or Mr. Ronald P. Gutierrez. Can you hear us, sir? Okay, so we'll skip first. We'll go to the representatives of MPCL, Senlo Power Company Limited, led by Attorney Jupiter M. Cabagyo, Mr. Paul Bernard D. Causon, and Mr. Gonzalo B. Julian Jr. Good morning, sir. Can you clearly receive us, and are you ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Morning.
Morning. So next, we call on the representatives of QPPL, Quezon Power Partners Company Limited, led by Mr. Wilfredo Hoxon, Nico Mangabat, and Michael Ian Rondario. Good morning, sir. Are you able to receive us clearly? And are you ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, we can hear you clearly, and we're ready for the opening of the bid submission.
Thank you, sir. The next, representatives of SLPGC, led by Mr. Ricardo Irvin Dolduco and Andreo O. Estrellado. Good morning, sir. Can you hear us? And are you ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions?
Good morning, sir. We can hear you clearly and we are ready to proceed with the opening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And finally, representatives of TLI Thermal Luzon Inc., led by Ms. Mary Jane B. de Guzman. Good morning, ma'am. Are you able to hear us? And are you ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, we're ready and we hear the proceedings clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. We note that there's a registration and login of the representatives of GNPD. We'll give an opportunity one more time for GNPD to turn on the microphone and recognize if they're able to hear us and ready to proceed with the opening of the bid submissions.
Hi, Attorney Raymond. Yes, we hear you loud and clear, and we can proceed. Thank you.
Kindly identify yourself. I'm sorry.
This is GNPD, Raymond Polito.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. So we would also like to recognize the attendance of our CSP observers who are present in today's proceedings. Meralco Consumer, Ms. Nadita Angeles. Meralco Consumer, Ms. Elizabeth Pablo. Representative of Philippine Business for Environmental Stewardship, Mr. Carmelo Paulo Bayarcal, and Meralco Consumer, Mr. Giovanni Balikat. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Finally, we would like to take this opportunity to introduce today's participants, the members of Meralco's Bids and Awards Committee for Power Supply Agreements, or the BAC-PSA, led by its chairperson, Mr. Lawrence S. Fernandez. The BAC-PSA's vice chairman, who is on official travel, is joining us today online when available, Engineer Joseph Alan C. Baltasar. And BAC members, Attorney Francis Dino S. Antonio, Attorney Christopher B. Arpon, and Ms. Bennett D. Bachoco. Mr. Chair, we are ready to start the opening of the bid submissions.
Thank you, Attorney Raymond, and welcome everyone. Welcome to our interested bidders and welcome to our CSP observers. As mentioned by Attorney Dayan and Attorney Raymond, these proceedings are being conducted in accordance with the DOE CSP, revised CSP policy and the ERC's CSP guidelines. Aside from everyone in the Zoom room, please be mindful that we are also being live streamed on Meralco's YouTube social media account. So we will now ask the Secretariat to proceed with the opening of the boxes containing the original copies of the bidder's document submissions. Attorney Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before we proceed, considering that the BAC PSA is authorized document safekeeping custodian, Asia United Bank, represented by its Vice President and Trust Marketing Head, Ms. Rachel Arnaez, is already present in our venue. May she be recognized and that the BAC PSA first receive back the sealed reserve price envelope to its custody.
That is noted, Attorney Raymond. So as mentioned, we will now proceed with the return of the sealed reserve price envelope from the BAC PSA's authorized document safekeeping custodian, Asia United Bank, and we recognize its Vice President and Trust Marketing Head, Ms. Rachel Arnaez.
Good morning, ma'am. Kindly please stand here in front of the camera. Good morning, ma'am. Please identify yourself.
Good morning. I am Rachel Arnaez, and I am the representative for Asia United Bank.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Ms. Arnaez, can you confirm that the reserve price envelope was not accessed or attempted to be opened since your custody last July 4, 2024?
I have the certification of safekeeping here. So this certifies that the sealed envelope containing the reserve price received by the bank on July 4, 2024 were stored in separate locked security deposit boxes within a secure location owned by or under control of the bank from 2 p.m. of July 4, 2024 until 8 a.m. of August 27, 2024. The bank further certifies that during the said period, no person had access to the security deposit box containing the sealed envelope, and there were no attempts to access said security deposit box. Further, the bank certifies that during the said period, there were no unauthorized access to the security deposit box containing the sealed envelope. The bank issues the certification pursuant to the safekeeping agreement dated August 17, 2019 between Meralco and the bank.
Thank you, ma'am. So I will receive, Mr. Chair, for the record, envelope which appears to be sealed. The seals, the signatures are in, and the seals are intact. The flaps contain the signatures over the flaps that are sealed, properly sealed. The envelope is marked reserve price, Manila Electric Company, 600 megawatt bidding, and do not open until opening of bid prices. So with that, Mr. Chair, we will be placing this envelope in front of the table in view of all the participants. And we would like to ask that Ms. Rachel Arnaez be excused from today's proceedings.
Thank you, Attorney Raymond. Ms. Arnaez is excused with the thanks of the committee. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, so. So, Mr. Chair, with the return of the custody of the sealed reserve price envelope, we are now ready to begin the opening of the bid submissions. We propose to proceed in the order of the receipt of the bidder's original copy box in our venue today. So first to be opened is Masinloc Power Company Limited, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir.
We are now opening the original copy box of Masinloc Power Company. We're looking for envelope 1. Yeah, there's one big box labeled envelope 1. Inside the box are 3 black binders. In the flap of folder 1 are 3 USB flash drives. We will retrieve them and distribute to the TWG and back PSA. Can we please request for the representative of Masinloc Power Company Limited to please send the password for the documents uploaded? Maybe please request the representative of MPCL to please email to the back PSA secretariat the password for the folder containing the qualification documents envelope 1.
Sent already.
Hi, we have not yet received the password. Maybe there's a delay. Can we please request for it to be resent?
We will use a different email to email to you just in case, to be sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Back PSA. I already sent the password for MPCL. This is Jupiter Cabagio.
We will recheck, sir. Okay, we have received the password. So we will begin to extract and open the documents contained in envelope 1. For privacy purposes, we will blur the screen. If the documents have been extracted, we'll now proceed to check the contents. First is a table of contents. Next is a expression of interest, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is another EOI, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the form of the confidentiality undertaking. Next is the acknowledgement and consent form for data privacy. Next is a sworn certification on the bid bulletins. Next is the application to qualify and participate in the bidding. Notarized. Next is the authority to participate in the bidding and the designation of the authorized representative. Next is a sworn attestation on the capital recovery fee offer, which appears to be duly notarized. Next is company information, which is signed by the authorized representative. Next is the executive summary. Next is the attached non-applicability of SEC certificate of incorporation or partnership. Next is the AOI or articles of partnership. Non-applicability of bylaws with the attached amended articles of partnership. Next is the non-applicability of the latest GIS. Next is the certification on the diagram of the corporate structure. Next is a non-applicability of joint venture or consortium agreement. Next is a sworn attestation against corruption, which is appears to be duly notarized. Next is the sworn attestation of no conflict of interest, which appears to be signed and duly notarized. Next is the certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD6, bidder certification of absence of unsatisfactory performance record, outstanding dispute, and dispute or due. Yeah, which appears to be signed and duly notarized. Next is the list of the bidders' counterparties, financial lenders. Next is the counterparty certification on the absence of unsatisfactory performance record, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. There's another counterparty certification, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. A third counterparty certification, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. A fourth counterparty certification, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. And the fifth and final counterparty certification, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the certification of no due and demandable energy settlement amounts with PEMC or IEMOP, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD7, certification regarding technical qualification of the reference plant, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the attachment A to QD7, list of projects undertaken for the past years, which is signed. GCMR report. Another GCMR. Another GCMR. Yes, these are GCMR reports. Next is the certification of the track record for the last 5 years of the power plants operated by the bidder, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is GCMR report. Next is an attachment to QD7, which is the proof or documentation of the track record for the last 5 years of the power plants operated by the bidder, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is another attachment, which is the proof of track record for the past 5 years, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. And another certification on the track record, which is signed by the Assistant Corporate Secretary and appears to be duly notarized. Next is Annex B, certification on the reference plant, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is attachment Annex C to QD7. Next is the provisional authority to operate. Next is attachment E to Annex QD7. Next is the transmission service agreement. Next is attachment G to Annex QD7, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized, which is a coal supply master agreement. The BOI certificate of registration, which is a certified true copy. Next is QD8, statement of financial capability. Which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Attached as annexes to QD8 are certifications on the AFS of the company for 2023. It's notarized. There's a QR code of submission with the SEC. It's the AFS for 2022, which appears to be duly submitted to the SEC. And another AFS for 2021. Next is the EFS for 2023, which appears to be duly submitted with the SEC. Next is the audited separate financial statements for 2022, which appears to be submitted to the SEC. Next is the audited separate financial statement for 2021 with a QR. Next is the unaudited consolidated financial statements for 2023. Next is the unaudited separate financial statements for 2024 first quarter and December 31, 2023. Next is QD9, the statement on project cost and financing plan, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD9A, which is a commitment letter. Next is QD9B, a letter testimonial. Okay, those are all the documents for envelope 1 of MPCL. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the qualification documents envelope 1 submission of MPCL appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation. Can we proceed to the opening of the next submission?
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. That is noted. Kindly proceed.
Mr. Chair, so next on the list that's submitted earlier, it's Mariveles Power Generation Corporation.
We are now opening the original copy box of Mariveles Power Generation Corporation, MPGC. Inside the box are 3 blue boxes. We're opening the box labeled envelope 1. Inside envelope 1 are 4 black binders. We will first remove part 1 of 4. In the flap is an envelope. Containing 3 USB flash drives. We will distribute the same to the back PSA and the TWG members. May we please request the authorized representative of MPGC to please send the password for the zip file so we can begin to download the documents.
Will send.
Thank you. Okay, we have received the password. We will input and start downloading the documents. Okay, the files have been extracted. We will now open the contents. We are re-extracting the document. Okay, we will proceed. First is MPGC's table of contents. Next is expression of interest, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the form of the confidentiality undertaking, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the acknowledgement and consent form for data privacy, which is signed. Next is the acknowledgement on the bid bulletin, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the application to qualify and participate in the bidding, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD1A, authority to participate in the bidding and the designated of the authorized representative, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the sworn attestation on the capital recovery fee offer, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD2, company information, which is signed. As attachments, there's QD2A, which is executive summary of the bidder's company history and structure, which is signed. Next is the certification of incorporation, which appears to be a certified true copy. Next is the certificate of filing of amended AOI, which appears to be a certified true copy. Next is a GIS, which appears to have been submitted to the SEC for 2024. Next is the certification of the corporate structure with the attached corporate structure. Next is the non-applicability of the joint venture or consortium agreement, which is signed. Next is the sworn attestation against corruption. It's signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the sworn attestation of no conflict of interest, QD form 4, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD5, a certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD6, bidder certification of absence of unsatisfactory performance record, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is Annex A of QD6, the list of bidders, counterparties, and financial lenders. Next is QD6A, counterparty certification of the absence of unsatisfactory performance record, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the certification of no due and demandable energy settlement amounts with PEMC and IEMOP, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD7, the certification regarding technical qualification of the reference plant, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is attachment A of QD7, which is the list of power plant projects undertaken over the last 10 years, which is signed by the CFO. Next is the GCMR of Malita Power. Next is the GCMR of Limay Power. Next is the GCMR of Masinloc Power. Next is the GCMR of South Premier Power Corp. Next is the GCMR of Angat Hydropower Corp. Next is GCMR again of Strategic Energy Development Incorporated. Next is attachment A to QD7, list of track record for the past 5 years. Next is another attachment A, which is the documentation of track record for the last 5 years. Next is the documentation of the track record for the last 5 years, this time for SMGP. Next is the attachment B to Annex QD7 reference plant certification, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD7 attachment reference plant Annex C, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is provisional authority to operate of Be My Power. Next is QD7 reference plant, which appears to be signed and duly notarized with Western registration. Next is the transmission service agreement. Next is attachment G, which is a coal supply master agreement. Next is attachment H, which is a DTI BOI certificate registration. Next is the QD8 statement of financial capacity. Which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Attached there two are certifications on the consolidated annual financial statements for 2023, which is appears to be submitted to the SEC. Next is a certification duly notarized on the financial statement for 2022. Next is a certification signed and duly notarized for 2021 annual financial statement. Next are the documents for audited separate financial statements for 2023. This is for 2022. And finally, for 2021, all with accompanying certifications, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized with a QR code. Next are the unaudited consolidated financial statements for first quarter 2024 and 2023. Next is unaudited separate FS for first quarter. Next is the statement on project cost and financing plan, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is a commitment letter, which is signed. And finally, a testimonial, which is properly signed. Those are all the documents from envelope 1 of MPGC. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the qualification documents envelope 1 of MPGC appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation. Can we proceed to open the next envelope 1 documents?
Thank you again, Attorney Layan. That is noted. Let's proceed to open the envelope of the next bidder.
Mr. Chair, next on our list is from Thermal Luzon, Inc. So we will be requesting the representatives of TLI to send the password to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email.
We'll open the original copy box of Thermal Luzon, Inc. Side are many envelopes. Six, seven, eight. 8 envelopes. We will first open this combined envelope labeled envelope 1. The cover are the USB flash drives. We will distribute it to the back PSA chairperson and the TWG. May we please request the authorized representative of Thermal Luzon, Inc. to please send the password for the USB flash drives. Okay, we have received the password. Okay, we are now extracting the documents contained in the flash drive. Envelope 1, we will now proceed to examine the contents for completeness. First is the table of contents. Next is the expression of interest, which signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the form of the confidentiality undertaking, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the acknowledgement and consent form for data privacy, which is signed. Next is the sworn acknowledgement on the bid bulletins, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD1, application to qualify and participate in the bidding, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the authority to participate in the bidding, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD1B, sworn attestation of the capital recovery fee, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. We're moving on to QD2, company information, which is signed by the authorized representative with attachments. First is the executive summary. Next is the certification regarding the submission of certified true copies of the documents for the certificate of incorporation, the bylaws, and the amended AOI, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. With the attached certificate of incorporation, bylaws, and the amended AOI. Next is a certification regarding the submission of certified true copies of the company's 2024 GIS and the diagram of the company's corporate structure, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized with the attached 2024 GIS, which appears to have been submitted to the SEC, and the diagram of the corporate structure attached as Annex B. Next is the explanation on non-applicability of the JV or consortium. Next is QD3, sworn attestation against corruption, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is QD4, sworn attestation of no conflict of interest, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD5, certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD6, the bidder certification of absence of unsatisfactory performance record, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. The Annex A of QD6 is the list of the bidder's counterparties or financial lenders. Next is QD6A, the counterparty certification of the absence of unsatisfactory performance record, dispute, or financial obligations, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is QD7, the certification regarding the technical qualification of the reference plant. The certification is signed and appears to have been duly notarized with the attached list, attachment A, which is the list of the projects undertaken for the last 10 years. Next is the certification regarding the submission of certified true copies of the GCMR for 2019 to 2023, the company's COC with the ERC 2021 to 2023 GCMR and monthly operations report, the supplemental market participation agreement, transmission service agreement, coal supply agreement, and finally the BOI certificate of registration. Okay, I think these are the GCMRs. All these documents have been certified as true and correct copies, which is signed and appears to have been properly notarized. Next is a provisional authority to operate application of Pagbilao Units 1 and 2. Next is the explanation on submission of newly issued provisional authority to operate to Pagbilao 1 and 2. Next is the certification regarding submission of the CTC of the provisional authority to operate by the ERC with the attached provisional authority to operate. Next is a GCMR with PCF computation. Next is a GCMR with MOR proof of the reference plant. Next is the explanation on the submissions of certificate of compliance with attachments. With the attached certificate of compliance. Next is the market participation agreement, supplemental market participation agreement with PMC and IEMOP. Next is QD7 attachment transmission service agreement with NGCP. Next is a fuel supply agreement. Next is the registration with the BOI explanation. Next is QD8, which is a statement of financial capability. which is signed and duly notarized, and the certification that the AFS was duly received by the SEC or the BIR for 2023, 2022, and 2021 for the AFS and consolidated audited financial statements. This is the 2023 parent AFS and the 2023 consolidated AFS. Next is the 2022 parent AFS of Aboitiz Power Corporation and the consolidated AFS for 2022. Next is the parent AFS 2021 of Aboitiz Power Corporation and the consolidated AFS for 2021. All these have been previously certified as true and correct copies submitted to the BIR. Next is the certification of the unaudited financial statements as of first quarter 2024, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. First is the parent, first Q, unaudited financial statement. Next is the 2024 consolidated Q1 unaudited financial statements. Next is the certification regarding the unaudited financial statement as of Q2 for the parent and the consolidated unaudited financial statement. We're now opening the parent Q2 financial statement and the consolidated Q2 unaudited financial statement. Next, we're opening the explanation on non-applicability of QD9, explanation on non-submission of project cost commitment letter and testimonial, signed by the authorized representative of the company. Those are all the documents for Thermal Luzon, Inc. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the qualification documents envelope 1 submission of Thermal Luzon Inc. Appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation. Can we proceed to open the submission of the next bidder?
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. We can proceed to open the next envelope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So next on our list is from GN Power Dingin Limited Company. So may we request the authorized representatives of GNPD to send the password to the back PSA Secretariat's email.
We are now opening the box of GN Power GN Power Dingin Limited Company. Envelope 3. There are many envelopes. We will just look for envelope 1. Okay, we found one envelope labeled envelope 1. Envelope 3.
How many envelope ones are it?
Can we confirm with the authorized representative of GN Power how many envelope 1 are there? So just we can confirm the contents.
Good morning. This is Raymond from GNPD. There's only one envelope for envelope 1.
Only one. Okay, I think we found it. Envelope 1 original. On the cover there is a white envelope, letter envelope. We will open it to secure the USBs with 2 USB or 3 USB flash drives. We will distribute to the back PSA chairman and the TWG members. Nakalabel naman pala, Raymond. Envelope 3, 4 of 24. Okay, can we please request for the password to be sent for envelope 1? Okay, we have received the password. We will now begin to extract the documents for envelope 1. Okay. We will now check the contents. First is GNPD envelope 1 table of contents. Next is the expression of interest, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the form of the confidentiality undertaking, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the acknowledgement and consent form for data privacy, which is signed. Next is the sworn acknowledgement on the bid bulletins, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the explanation on the acknowledgement of bid bulletin number 6, which is signed. Next is QD1, which is the application to qualify and participate in the bidding, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD1A, authority to participate in the bidding and the designation of the authorized representative, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the secretary certificate on the partnership. which appears to be signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD1B, sworn attestation on the capital recovery fee offer, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD2, company information. Next is the attachments to QD2, which is first the executive summary of GNPD. Next is the certification regarding the submission of certified true copies of the articles of partnership, amended articles of partnership, information sheet, ownership structure chart of GNPD, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. And these are the attached documents and articles of partnership and the amended articles of partnership, an explanation on non-applicability of a GIS because it is a partnership, an information sheet, the diagram of the corporate structure. Next is the explanation on the non-applicability of the joint venture or consortium. Next is QD3, sworn attestation against corruption, which is signed and appears to have been properly notarized. Next is QD4, sworn attestation of no conflict of interest, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD5, the certification that the nominated plan is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the certification of absence of unsatisfactory performance record, dispute or unsettled dispute, and demandable obligations, which is signed and appears to have been properly notarized. Next is the attachment Annex A of QD6, which is the list of bidders, counterparties, and financial lenders. Next is explanation on a typographical error under markings. Next is QD6A, which is a counterparty certification of the absence of unsatisfactory performance record, obligations, etc., which appears to be signed and properly notarized. Parang 4. There are 4 counterparty certifications attached. Next is QD7, certification regarding the technical qualification of the reference plant, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Parang explain lang eh. Ito ba? Taas.
Yung mga list sa baba. List of projects.
Okay. The list of track record, there's an explanation that the document submitted will contain the list of projects from the start of commercial operations only. Diba? Yun yung sinasabi. O, kasi 5 years. There's a document attached, the list of projects undertaken for the last 10 years. Next is the list of electricity generation plants that it has operated for the last 5 years. Next is a certification regarding the submission of certified true copies for the Grid Compliance Monitoring Report, GCMR for 2022-2023. Certificate of Compliance with the ERC, Market Participation Agreement, Amended and Restated Coal and Sale Purchase Agreement, and Transmission Service Agreement, signed and which appears to be duly notarized. Now we're opening the documents. GCMR. Next is parang PCF. Ito. PCF. which is signed. Next is the certificate of compliance with ERC for GN Power Tinginin. Next is the GCMR proof. GCMR. Next is the certificate of compliance from the ERC. Next is a market participation agreement with PEMC and IEMOP. Next is a copy of the transmission service agreement with NGCP and a fuel supply agreement, master agreement. Next is the explanation on non-applicability of BOI. Instead, it's registered with Freeport area of Bataan. Next is the certification regarding certified true copies of certificate of registration with AFAB. Next is QD7, statement of financial capability, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is certification regarding submission of certified true copies of the audited financial statements for year ending 2023, 2022, and 2021, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized, that they have been duly received by the SEC and or BIR. And we're now flashing those documents versus the 2021 consolidated AFS or next annual AFS. Next is 2022. And finally, 2023. Next is a certification regarding the submission of certified true copies of the unaudited financial statements as of Q1 and Q2. We're now opening Q1 unaudited financial statements of GNPD and the Q2 unaudited financial statement of GNPD. Next is an explanation on non-applicability of the project cost commitment letter and testimonial. Because that's more. Shareholders equity. Shareholders equity. Direct shareholder. Okay. Those are all the documents for GNPD. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the qualification documents envelope 1 of GNPD appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation.
That is noted, Attorney Dayan. We can proceed to open the envelope of the next bidder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, next on our list is the submission of Southwest Luzon Power Generation Corporation. May we request the representatives of SLPGC to email to the Bank PSA Secretariat the password of their soft copy files.
We are now opening the original copy box of Southwest Luzon Power Generation Corporation. Inside the box are 3 envelopes. We are now opening envelope 1. Inside envelope 1 is a white binder with a letter envelope. Inside the letter envelope are 3 USB flash drives. We will distribute to the back PSA chairperson and the TWG members. As requested, can we please send the password for envelope 1? Okay, we received the password. We are now extracting the documents in envelope 1 of SLPGC. We will now check the documents for completeness. First is table of contents. Next is the expression of interest. Which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the form of confidentiality undertaking, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the acknowledgement and consent form for data privacy, which is signed. Next is the sworn acknowledgement on the bid bulletins, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is QD1, which is the application to qualify and participate in the bidding. The document is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is QD1A, the authority to participate in the bidding and designation of authorized representative, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD1B, which is a sworn attestation on the capital recovery fee offer, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD2, company information, which is signed. Attached are the documents, which is first the executive summary. Next is a SEC certificate of incorporation. Certification that the SEC certificate of incorporation is true and correct, with the attached certificate of incorporation for SLPGC. Next is the AOI. Well, there's a certification which is signed and appears to be properly notarized of the certificate of incorporation, bylaws, and latest GIS, I think. Next is tama. Amended eh. Next is the GIS with a certification that it is true and correct copy submitted to the SEC for 2023. Next is the diagram of the corporate structure, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the non-applicability of JV or consortium agreement, which is signed and notarized. Next is QD3, sworn attestation against corruption, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD4, the sworn attestation of no conflict of interest, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is QD5, certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD6, certification of the bidder of absence of unsatisfactory performance record, outstanding dispute, or due and demandable obligations. It is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Attached as Annex A of QD6 is the list of the counterparties and financial lenders of the bidders. Next is QD6A, which is the counterparty certification of the absence of the unsatisfactory performance record, etc. So the document is signed and appears to be notarized. There are four counterparty certifications which are signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD7, the certification regarding the technical qualification of the reference plant, which is signed and appears to be notarized. Next is the list of projects and plants for the past 10 years and the track record for the past 5 years, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. With the attached GCMR reports, certificate of compliance, Next is the certificate of compliance in GCMR for 2023, which is certified as true copies, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized with the attached certificate of compliance by the ERC and the GCMR reports for 2023. Next is the GCMR 2023 and a computation sheet showing PCF, right? Which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is certificate of compliance or provisional authority to operate from the ERC with attached certificate of compliance. Next is the market participation agreement with the PEMC. Next is a transmission service agreement with a certification which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is a fuel supply agreement with a certification that it is a true copy, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the statement of non-applicability of BOI registration. Applicable na sinasabi niya.
Duly registered siya. Pero meron pa ba? 4 years.
The requirement of the BOI certification is no longer with. Next is QD8, Statement of Financial Capability, the latest 3 years audited financial statement and the most recent quarterly unaudited financial statement. There's a attached certification. Okay. Taas mo nga. Yeah, okay lang. Statement of Financial Capability lang yan. Actually, sa baba niya. Next is the AFS for 2021 to 2023 with the certification signed and appears to be duly notarized. We're flashing the 2021 audited financial statements. Next is the 2022 audited financial statement with a certification that it is submitted to the BIR. And last is the 2023 audited financial statement of SLPGC. Now we're opening the unaudited quarterly financial statements for first quarter 2024. Next is the statement on project cost and financing plan. A statement of non-applicability because the plant is already in commercial operations. Next is a commitment letter. Non-applicability, tama ba? Because the SLPGC is already in commercial operation. Finally, a testimonial explanation that it's also not applicable because SLPGC is already in commercial operation. Those are all the documents for envelope 1 of SLPGC. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the qualification documents envelope 1 of SLPGC appears to be complete and will be subjected to further post-qualification evaluation.
That is noted, Attorney Dayan. Let's proceed to open the envelope of the next bidder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last bidder to submit is from Quezon Power Philippines Limited Company. May we request the authorized representatives of QPPL to send the password to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email.
We are now opening the original copy box for QPPL. We are opening the box labeled envelope 1. Inside there are 3 boxes. Inside the box is one black binder. One blue binder. And the flap is a letter envelope with 3 flash drives. We will begin to distribute to the back PSA chairperson and the TWG members. We've received the password. We will now begin to extract the documents from envelope 1 of QPPL. We'll now check the documents for completeness. First is the table of contents. Next is the expression of interest, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the form of confidentiality undertaking, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the acknowledgement and consent form for data privacy, which is signed and notarized. Next is the sworn acknowledgement on the bid bulletins, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the application to qualify and participate in the bidding, Annex QD1. The document is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the authority to participate in the bidding and the designation of the authorized representative. It is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the sworn certification on the capital recovery fee offer, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is QD2, company information, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized with a GIS of a foreign corporation for 2024 received by the SEC with attached GIS for March 15, 2024, which is appears to be received duly by the SEC. Next is the executive summary of the company, which is signed. Next is the certificate, SEC certificate of registration, SEC articles of partnership registration, which appears to be a certified true copy. Next is the SEC certificate of filing of amended articles of partnership, which appears to be stamped as certified true copy by the SEC. Next is the certificate of filing of another amended articles of partnership, which appears to be duly, it's a certified true copy. Next is the GIS certification of the GCMR for 2023, company information sheet for 2023, and the COC Pin ko nagkamali sila. Baba mo. We're opening the diagram of partnership structure, which is signed and notarized. Next is the sworn certification against corruption, QD3, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the sworn attestation of no conflict of interest, QD4, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is QD5, certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the bidder certification of absence of unsatisfactory performance record, outstanding dispute, and due demandable obligations. This is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is Annex A of QD6, which is the list of the bidder's counterparties and financial lenders. Next is the counterparty certification of the absence of unsatisfactory performance record, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the certification regarding the technical qualification of another reference plant, which is signed and properly notarized. Next is the certification of the projects and track record, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. So ito yung GCMR ulit eh. With the attached is GCMR report. Information sheet. GCMR for 2021. And GCMR for 2022. Naulit lang. Mali yun ang with the certificate of compliance with the ERC. Next is the certification and the proof that the bidder has undertaken projects. Okay. Next is the certification that the documents attached are faithful reproductions of the original. The documents enumerated are, ano ba? Tingin niya. COC from the ERC, extension of the COC, provisional authority to operate, GCMR for 2022 submitted to the ERC, GCMR for 2023 submitted to the ERC. Okay, and with the attached COC, PAO, GCMR. Okay. Next is the certification that the reference plant is capable of generating with the PCF computation. Ulit na yan eh. Next is a certification of the true and faithful reproduction of the documents, the COC, the extension, and the market operation service, provisional authority to operate. Ulit. Next is a market participation agreement with the PEMC and EMOP. Next is the certification of WESM registration. Next is a copy of the transmission service agreement. Next is a copy of the coal supply agreements, which is certified, signed, and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the written explanation on the BOI certificate of registration. Next is the notarized statement of financial capability, QD8, with the attached AFS for 2023, 2022, and 2021. And the most recent quarterly financial statements for 2024, which is certified. Those are all the documents for QPPL. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the document submission, qualification documents envelope 1 of QPPL appears to be complete and will be subjected to further post-qualification evaluation.
And thank you, Attorney Diane. With that, we conclude the initial evaluation for completeness of all of the bidders' qualification documents envelope 1. We will now start opening the technical proposals envelope 2 of the interested bidders that appear to have submitted complete qualification documents envelope 1. So we now request the TWG and Secretariat to proceed with opening the envelope 2s.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will start again with Masinloc Power Company Limited. We would like to request the representatives of MPCL to send the password of its envelope 2 to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email.
Mr. Chair, this is Jupiter Cabaga for MPCL. We have already sent the password for the TP files or bid documents for MPCL.
Thank you. We will now proceed to open envelope 2. Inside the blue box is a black binder labeled envelope 2, technical proposal. Inside the flap are 3 USB flash drives. We will distribute to the BAC PSA chairperson and the TWG members. We've received the password for envelope 2 of MPCL. We will now proceed to extract the documents. We will now open and check for completeness the envelope 2 of MPCL. First is the table of contents. Next is the technical proposal for the nominated plant, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is proof that the bidder is the developer, owner, or controls the nominated plant, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the TOR table, which is an attachment to technical proposal envelope 1, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the land lease agreement, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the description of the nominated plant and its use of a technology that complies with the prevailing emission standards. There's a certification which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the proof that the technology of the nominated plant is of proven design, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the Annex 6, which is a project feasibility study, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next are the details of the project execution, attachment 7, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is a certification on attachment H. Attachment H or certification that the nominated plant is capable of operating consistent with the performance guarantee, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is a fuel procurement plan, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the explanation on the non-applicability of a renewable energy contract. Next is a environmental compliance certificate. Next is a system impact study report, which appears to be a certified true copy. Next is a certificate of non-overlap from the NCIP, which appears to be a certified true copy. Next is an explanation on the water permit rights, which is not applicable. Next is a BOI certificate of registration, certified copy. Next is a certificate on the provisional authority to operate. Next is a WESM registration information with the IEA MOP with the attached market participation agreement. Next is the fuel procurement plan, which is certified, signed, and appears to be notarized. Next is a transmission service agreement, which is certified. Ano ba yan? Ano ba? Next is a certification that the nominated plant is capable of operating consistent with the performance guarantee. Kailangan yata ito. Next is attachment 16, certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is TP2, which is the performance guarantees for the nominated plant. Which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the technical proposal envelope 2, submission of MPCL appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation.
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. Let's proceed to open envelope 2 of the next bidder.
Mr. Chair, the next bidder is from Mariveles Power Generation Corporation. May we request the representatives to send the password to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email, the password for envelope 2.
I will send for MPGCs.
Thank you. We will now, okay, we are now getting a box labeled envelope 2. Inside the blue box is one black binder. And in the flap is a letter envelope with 3 USB flash drives. We will distribute to the BAC PSA and the TWG members. Okay, we received the password for MPGC. We will begin to extract the documents. We'll now proceed to check the technical proposal envelope 2 of MPGC for completeness. So first is the table of contents. Next is the technical proposal TP1 for the nominated plant, which is the TOR table, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the proof that the bidder is the developer of, owner of, and controls the nominated plant, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the TOR table and attachment 2 to TP1, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the land lease agreement. There's a certification that it is true and which appears to be notarized with the attached land lease agreement. Next is attachment 4, the description of the nominated plant, stating that the technology complies with the emission standards under DNR issuances, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is attachment 5, which is details of the comparable plant and nominated plant requirement, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Mali yan siguro. Next is attachment 6, which is a project feasibility study. Certification, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is attachment 7, which is details of the project's execution. Which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the certification on performance guarantees, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is attachment A to TP1, which is the fuel supply procurement plan. Next is a explanation on the non-applicability of renewable energy contracts. Next is a certification that the attached ECC is complete, true, and faithful reproduction of the original with the attached ECC. Next is a certification that the grid impact study is faithful reproduction of the original with the attached grid impact study with NGCP. Next is a certification that the NCIP of certificate of non-overlap is faithful reproduction of the original with the attached certification of non-overlap. Next is Annex 13 of TP1, certification on the NWRB water permit with the attached NWRB water permit. Next is the BOI certification, which states that it's covered by FAB, diba? There's no BOI. There's a certificate of registration by the Freeport area of Bataan. Next is a certification that's not applicable to have PAO. Okay. With a PAO for Unit 1, I think, attached. Next is a certification that the WSM certificate of registration is a faithful reproduction of the original with the attached WSM registration in a market participation agreement with the PEMC and IEMOP. Next is a fuel supply procurement plan, which is certified as a faithful reproduction of the original, which appears to be duly notarized with the attached fuel procurement plan. Next is a transmission service agreement with the NGCP, which is certified through copy. Next is a certification that the nominated plant is capable of operating consistent with the performance guarantees, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is attachment 16. These are the records of no capacity and electrical output shall be contracted under the certification that the offered contract capacity shall be uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is Annex TP2, which are the performance guarantees, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Okay. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the technical proposal envelope 2 of MPGC appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation.
That's noted, Attorney Dayan. Let's proceed to open the envelope 2 of the next bidder.
Mr. Chair, the next bidder is from Thermal Luzon, Inc. May we request the representatives of TLI to send the password of its envelope 2 to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, good morning. The password has been sent to the email of BAC PSA Secretariat. Thank you.
One of one. Yes, we're now opening a green envelope. On the front part are the USBs we will distribute to the BAC PSA and the TWG members. Okay, sabi niya. We received the password. We will input and begin extracting the documents in envelope 2 for Thermal Luzon. First is the table of contents. Next is a technical proposal of the nominated plant. Which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the Ayan. Ayan. A certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted is resubmitted. Next is a certification that the nominated plant is capable of operating consistent with the performance guarantees, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is an explanation on the non-applicability of technical documents subsection C to P. With the explanation that since it is already in commercial operations, it will submit the COC with supporting documents, the market participation agreement, a transmission service agreement, and the fuel supply agreement. Same lang. Next is the resubmission of the certificate of compliance with the ERC. The market participation agreement, supplemental market participation agreement with the PEMC and IEMOP. Next is a fuel supply agreement or coal supply agreement. Next is the transmission service agreement. Next is TP2 performance guarantees which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. And an explanation on the submission of provisional authority to operate effective 2025. No? Next is a certification on the provisional authority to operate and the provisional authority to operate from the ERC. Mr. Chair, after the initial evaluation for completeness of the technical proposal of envelope 2 of Thermal Luzon appears to be complete and will be subject to pre-qualification evaluation.
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. Please proceed to open the envelope 2 of the next bidder.
Mr. Chair, next bidder is from GN Power Dingin Limited Company. So we would like to request the representatives of GNPD to send the passwords of its envelope 2 to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email.
Can we please confirm with the representative of GN Power that there's only one envelope 2?
Correct, only one envelope.
Okay, thank you. We will proceed to open envelope 2. So lahat to. Inside is a green binder. And outside the actual envelope is a letter envelope with the flash drives. We will distribute the flash drives. We will now open technical proposal envelope 2 of GNPD. First is the table of contents. Next is the technical proposal for the nominated plant, TP1, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the authority to a resubmission of the authority to participate in the bidding and the designated representative, and a resubmission that the certification that the nominated plant is uncontracted, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the write-up on the non-applicability of sections C to P, attachments, and instead the submission of certification of performance guarantees, certificate of compliance, market participation agreement, amended and restated coal supply agreement, and a transmission service agreement. Next is the certification of the submission of certified true copies of the aforementioned documents. Next is the ERC COC, the market participation agreement with PEMC and IEMOP, fuel supply agreement, transmission service agreement. Next is a certification that the company is capable of operating consistent with the performance guarantees in TP2, and the TP2 performance guarantees document, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Yeah. Yung SM registration yata, in-attach din ba niya? Bakit may nakalagay? Wala naman.
Parang meron siya sa one.
Meron. Pero those are all the documents for GNPD. Mr. Chair, after the initial evaluation for completeness, the technical proposal envelope 2 of GNPD appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation.
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. Let's proceed to open the envelope 2 of the next bidder.
Mr. Chair, the next bidder is Southwest Luzon Power Generation Corporation. We would like to request the representatives of SLPGC to send the password of its envelope 2 to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email.
We're now opening a envelope labeled envelope 2. Inside is a white binder. With 3 USB flash drives. We will distribute accordingly. We received the password for envelope 2 of SLPGC. We are now extracting the documents. We will proceed to check the contents for completeness. First is a technical table of contents. Next is the technical proposal for the nominated plant, which is signed, right, and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the technical proposal, proof that it is a direct and controlling, with the authority to participate in the designation of authorized representatives, resubmitted. Next is the TOR table, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the statement of the non-applicability of subsection C to P, because it's already in commercial operations. Next is the certification statement that it's capable of operating consistent with the performance guarantees in TP2 and in support thereof attached or the COC, registration with the WESM and the market participation agreement, a fuel supply agreement, and the transmission service agreement, all previously submitted also. Then the certification, that's the attached documents are true copies with the attached COC, IEMOP registration, certification that it's a direct WESM member, with the attached WESM registration information, a fuel plan and contract for supply, and the transmission service agreement. And finally, the performance guarantees TP2 document, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the technical proposal envelope 2 of SLGPC appears to be complete and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation.
That is noted, Attorney Dayan. Let's proceed to open the envelope of the next bidder.
Mr. Chair, the last envelope 2 submitted by QPPL is next online. We will be asking the representatives of QPPL to submit to send the password to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email.
We are opening a white box labeled envelope 2. Inside is a dark blue binder labeled envelope 2, and in the flap is an envelope containing the 3 flash drives, which we will distribute to the back PSA and the TWG. Okay, we received the password for QPPL. We will input and begin to extract the documents for envelope 2. Okay, first is a table of contents. Next is TP1, technical proposal, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the authority to participate in the bidding, resubmission. Next is the TOR table. Next is the proof that the nominated plant is uncontracted. This is a resubmission, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is TP2, the performance guarantees document, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized. New sequence. Yeah. Then there are attached documents, which is a COC with the ERC, which appears to be a certified true copy. Ano yan? Wow.
Oh.
Next is COC din yan.
Oh.
Extension. Certification of application for issuance of PAO. Next is affidavit of undertaking. Yeah. There's an affidavit stating that they have applied for the PAO and undertaking that it will possess a valid COC or PAO at the start of the operations effective date. The affidavit is signed and appears to be duly notarized. Next is the certification that the market participation agreement and the WESM registration information are true and correct copies of the original, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized with the attached market participation agreement, WESM registration information. Next is a certification that the coal supply agreement amendments thereto are faithful reproductions of the original, which is signed and appears to be duly notarized with attached agreements. Next is a certification, or next is a transmission service agreement with the NGCP, which appears to be stamped as certified true copy. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the technical proposal envelope 2 of QPPL appears to be complete. So, and will be subjected to further pre-qualification evaluation.
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. So with that, that concludes the opening of the qualification documents envelopes 1 and 2 of all of the interested bidders to initially check for submission completeness. We will now proceed with the detailed pre-qualification evaluation of the contents of the said envelopes. To do so, we shall be declaring a recess until around 12:30 p.m. today to give time for the TWG, the BAC PSA's independent engineer, and the BAC PSA to collaborate and prepare the preliminary pre-qualification evaluation report. Thereafter, a bid bulletin shall be issued to inform the bidders whose qualification documents, envelopes 1, and technical proposals envelopes 2 are found compliant after the pre-qualification evaluation, thus are qualified for the opening of bid prices envelope 3. The authorized representatives of the bidders are advised to monitor the emails for the receipt of the said bid bulletin. The cameras for this Zoom meeting and the live stream will be kept on. The time is now 11:50. You may choose to stay logged in, and we will resume at around 12:30 p.m.
How are you? How are you? Di ba yan? Why? Baron. What? Robert? Eighteen? Mamaya na. Mamaya na kami. Ah, sorry.
So good afternoon. We are ready to resume the bid opening proceedings. We just sent out the bid bulletin number 7 announcing the pre-qualification evaluation result. We will be resuming at 1:45 p.m. Please check your emails and acknowledge the receipt of the bid bulletin number 7 to the BAC PSA Secretariat's email. In the meantime, please stand by as we proceed with the opening of the bid prices at 1:45 p.m. So good afternoon again, everyone. It's 1:45 p.m. So we are ready to resume our proceedings, particularly for the opening of the bid prices, envelope 3. So as mentioned earlier, bid bulletin number 7 was released to the interested bidders that submitted the bids to announce the pre-qualification evaluation result. So as stated in the bid bulletin, out of the 8 bidders that manifested their interest to participate in this bidding, the following 6 interested bidders, namely Masinloc Power Company Limited, Mariveles Power Generation Corporation, Thermal Luzon Inc., GN Power Dingin Limited Company, Southwest Luzon Power Generation Corporation, and Quezon Power Philippines Limited Company have submitted their bid documents, and the BAC PSA has found that the qualification documents and technical proposal, the envelopes 1 and 2 of the said bidders, have passed the criteria contained in the bidding documents and pre-qualification evaluation. This is subject to post-qualification within 7 days from the notification of best bid to further determine to the BAC PSA satisfaction whether the bidders with the best bids comply with and are responsive to all the requirements and conditions specified in the bidding documents. As of the issuance of the said bid bulletin, there were no requests for reconsideration to the BAC PSA or any protest to the governing board of Meralco has been received from any interested bidder of this bidding. In any case, on account of Section 8.7 of the IPB and Section 19, Article 6 of the CSP guidelines, where it provides that any protest at any stage of the CSP shall not stay nor delay the bidding process. Thus, the continuation or resumption of the opening of the document submission and the opening of bid prices envelope 3 is hereby set at 1:45 p.m. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think all the bidders that submitted bids are already in our Zoom meeting room. We are now ready to proceed in the opening of the bidders bid prices envelope 3. But before we proceed, as provided in this bidding's instructions to prospective bidders or IPB, the BAC PSA shall first open and disclose the sealed reserve price. May we proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please, Attorney Raymond.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll now open the sealed reserve price envelope.
The reserve price envelope is still sealed with signature. Mr. Chair, as can be seen and for the record, the reserve price for contract capacity of 600 megawatt effective September 2025 are as follows. The reserve price headline rate is 6.9537 and the LCOE is 7.2609. We will now place the reserve price on the book stand for everyone to see. Permission to proceed, Mr. Chair, with the opening of the qualified bidders bid envelope 3.
Yes, please, let's follow the same order that the qualified bidder submissions were received and opened this morning.
We will first open the envelope 3 of Masinloc Power Company Limited. Okay, there's one blue envelope. Inside is the black binder. With 3 USBs. We will distribute accordingly. Can we please request a representative of Masinloc Power to please send the password for envelope 3?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon. This is Jupiter Cabague for MTCL. We would like to inform the BAC PSA that we have already sent the password via email to the BAC Secretary.
Thank you. proceed to check the envelope 3 of Masinloc Power for completeness. First is the table of contents. Next is a bid letter, which is signed and appears to be notarized. Next is the bid security. Yung bid security. The bid security is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the historical values worksheet. Next is the input fuel formula worksheet. Next is the historical data on the nominated fuel index, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the historical data on the nominated fuel index, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is a certification on the invoices to support actual freight costs, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the LCOE worksheet. Next is the base rate table worksheet. Next is the GNPHR worksheet. Next is the line rental cap worksheet. Next is a bid security worksheet. Last is Annex Bid 3, which is the acknowledgement and acceptance of the power supply agreement template. Those are all the documents submitted for envelope 3 of MPCL. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the bid prices envelope 3 submission of MCPL appears to be complete, subject to post-qualification. So can we proceed to open the next bidding, and we will proceed to show on screen on our virtual whiteboard the headline rate and LCOE of all bidders after all the envelopes have been opened.
That's noted, Attorney Diane. Please proceed to open the envelope of the next bidder.
Next, we are opening the envelope 3 of the second bidder, Mariveles Power MPGC. There's a blue envelope labeled envelope 3. Inside is a black binder with a letter envelope. The letter envelope contains 3 USBs, which we will distribute to the members of the BAC PSA and PWG. Can we please request the representative of MPGC to send the password for envelope 3?
Good afternoon. I will be sending the password for MPGC's bid envelope 3.
We receive the password. We will input and download the documents in envelope 3. Okay, we are now reviewing the documents for completeness. The first is a table of contents. Next is a bid letter, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is Annex Bid 2, which is a bid security. The bid security is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the historical values worksheet, which is signed. A fuel formula worksheet, which is also signed by the authorized representative. Next is the historical data on the nominated fuel index. A certification is attached, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the certification on the invoices to support actual freight costs, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is the LCOE result worksheet, which is signed. Next is the base rates table worksheet. Next is the GNPHR table worksheet. Next is a LR cap table worksheet. And finally, the bid security worksheet. Yeah. And the last document is Annex Bid 3, which is the acknowledgement and acceptance of the power supply agreement template, which is signed. Yes. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the bid prices envelope 3 submission of MPGC appears to be complete, subject to post-qualification.
Thank you, Attorney Diane.
Yes, as previously stated, we will flash in the virtual whiteboard the headline rate and LCOE rate of all bidders after all envelopes have been opened. So can we proceed to the next bidder?
Yes, that's noted again. Please proceed to open the envelope 3 of the next bidder.
We will now open the envelope 3 of Thermal Luzon, Inc. There are 5 envelopes for envelope 3. Can we please confirm with the authorized representative of Thermal Luzon which of the 5 envelopes contains the USB flash drives? Malamang. Sorry, it's already in the first outside of the blue envelope. So it's the first of the 5 envelopes. Can we now request for the password for the USB for envelope 3? Received the password and we are now downloading the documents contained in envelope 3.
Four envelopes.
We will now open the documents. First is a table of contents. Ito yata yung volume. Next is the actual non-fuel invoices consisting of 4,146 pages. Next is a certification on the submission of certified true copies. Of the invoices. Next is the summary of actual non-fuel commodity costs. Next is Annex Bid 1, which is the bid letter. The bid letter is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is Annex Bid 2, the bid security, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is Annex A to Bid 2. Next are the attachment to the financial evaluation worksheet, which includes the historical values worksheet, fuel formula worksheet, LCOE result worksheet, base rates table worksheet, GNPHR table worksheet, line rental cap worksheet, bid security worksheet. All of these worksheets are signed by the authorized representative. Next is a historical indices. And finally, the Annex Bid 3, acknowledgement and acceptance of the power supply agreement template, which is signed. Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the bid prices envelope 3 submission of Thermalazon Inc. appears to be complete subject to post-qualification. Can we proceed to open the envelope of the next bidder?
Yes, please. Let's open the envelope 3 of the next bidder.
The next bidder is GNPD. There are 24 envelopes. Can we please confirm with the representative of GNPD what envelope contains the USB flash drives?
Good afternoon. This is Raymond Polito from GNPD.
Envelope.
There is a envelope 1 of 24.
Inside the envelope are 3 USB flash drives, which we will distribute. Can we please request the authorized representative of GNPD to please send the password for envelope 3? We will now check the documents for GNPD. First is the table of contents. Next is Annex 1 bid letter, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is bid security, signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is another bid security. And the original of the bid security, signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is Annex A of Annex Bid 2, demand for site payment. And the original copy of the Annex A to Bid 2. Next are the evaluation workbooks, the historical values worksheet, signed. Next is the in-fuel formula worksheet, which is signed. Next is the LCOE result worksheet, which is signed. Next is the base rates table worksheet, which is signed by the authorized representative. Next is the GNPHR table worksheet, which is signed. Next is the line rental cap table worksheet, which is signed by the authorized representative, and the bid security worksheet, which is also signed. Next is a certification on the submission of certified true copies of the non-fuel invoice. Next is the historical indices from hindi na. Okay. Next is another copy of historical indices. Next is a certification regarding submission of certified true copies of Annex A. Annex A contains a summary of the non-fuel invoices. And there's also a summary of the actual non-fuel commodity cost. And last is the acknowledgement and acceptance of power supply agreement template, which is signed by the authorized representative. Yeah. The non-fuel invoice attached has 143 PDF documents. Really. Okay, Mr. Chair, after conducting the initial evaluation for completeness, the bid prices envelope 3 of GNPD appears to be complete subject to post qualification. Can we proceed to open the envelope 3 of the next bidder?
Yes, please, Attorney Lian. Let's open envelope 3 of the next bidder.
We will now open the envelope 3 of SLPGC. One envelope labeled envelope 3. Inside is a white binder. You're taking out the USB flash drives. Can we please request a representative of SLPGC to please send the password for envelope 3? You've received the password. We will begin to extract the documents. First is the table of contents. Next is Annex Bid 1, the bid letter. The bid letter is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is bid number 2, Annex Bid 2, which is the bid security. The bid security is signed and appears to be properly notarized with Annex A. There are 2 bid securities, both signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next are the attachment to the financial evaluation workbook. The first is the input historical values worksheet, which is signed. Next is the input fuel formula worksheet, which is signed. Next is the LCOE result worksheet, which is signed. Next is the base rates table worksheet, which is signed. Next is the GNPHR table, which is signed. Next is the line rental cap table. Next is the bid security worksheet, which is signed. And the supporting documents, which is the fuel indices for non-fuel commodity costs in the fuel formula. There's a certification which is signed and appears to be properly notarized with attached invoices. And finally, there's an acknowledgement and acceptance of the power supply agreement template, which is signed. Mr. Chair, after the initial evaluation for completeness, the bid prices envelope 3 submission of SLPGC appears to be complete subject to post-qualification.
Thank you, Attorney Dayan. Kindly
we proceed?
proceed to open the envelope 3 of the final bidder.
So we will proceed to open the envelope 3 of QPPL. We will open a box labeled envelope 3. Inside the box are two blue binders. In binder 1 of 2, there are the USB flash drives. Can you please request the representative of QPPL to please send the password for envelope 3? We've received the password. We will now begin to download the documents. Okay, first is the table of contents. Next is a bid letter, Annex Bid 1, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized. Next is bid security, which is signed and appears to be properly notarized with attached Annex A, demand for site payment. Next is Annex Bid 3, which is the acknowledgement and acceptance of the power supply template, which is signed by the authorized representative. Next are the supporting documents for the financial evaluation workbook. First is the input historical values worksheet, which is signed. Next is the input fuel formula worksheet, which is also signed. Next is the LCOE result worksheet, which is signed. Next is the base rates table worksheet. Next is the GNPHR table worksheet. Next is the LR cap table worksheet. And finally, the bid security worksheet. All of these worksheets are signed by the authorized representative of the bidder. And there are supporting documents attached with a certification that they are true and faithful reproductions of the source documents for the supporting documents of the non-fuel source, right? Invoices. Okay. Mr. Chair, having opened all the envelope threes of all interested bidder, we will now proceed to flash on screen on our virtual whiteboard the headline rate and LCOE of all interested bidders. PWG's Mr. Zuniga will explain the ranking.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to the authorized representatives of our qualified bidders. Can the bidders see in the Zoom meeting the virtual whiteboard? So shown here are the results of the envelope 3 price submissions of the 6 qualified bidders. So also shown here are the reserve prices as stated, the reserve price that was opened here. So from the 6 qualified bidders, 2 were considered to be reserve price non-compliant. So these are Thermal Luzon Inc., TLI, and Southwest Luzon Power Generation Corporation, SLPGC. So as can be seen here, their headline rate and LCOE rates that were submitted went above the reserve price. So, hence, their offers shall be excluded in the ranking of the LCOE to determine the best bid for this CSP. So for the LCOE ranking, the qualified bidders must hit MPCL, MPGC, GNPD, and QPPL will be considered. So ranking the four bidders that submitted reserve price, that submitted headline rate and LCOE rates that were within the reserve price. It can be seen here that MPCL with its 500 megawatt contract capacity offer and total LCOE rate that was submitted at 5.6015 is considered as a possible best bid. Then followed by GN Power Dinginin's 5.7392 and offered capacity of 300 megawatt. However, this CSP is only for 600 megawatt contract capacity. Hence, the 300 megawatt offered capacity of GN Power is considered as the marginal bid offer. And next on the stacking is Pariveles Power Generation Corporation and Quezon Power Philippines Limited Company. So for this purpose, MPGC and QPPL are considered the possible next best bid subject to post-qualification of these 4 bidders. So Mr. Chair, I think as per our rules, GNPD must decide if its offered capacity of 300 megawatts shall be reduced by 200 megawatts.
Thank you, Engineer DJ. So as mentioned by Engineer DJ, pursuant to the provisions of the IPB as amended by our bid bulletins, may we know from the authorized representative of GN Power Dinginin if you are willing to accept the reduction of your offered contract capacity by 200 megawatts.
Hello, back PSA. This is Raymond Polito from GNPD. May we request a few minutes to decide on this?
So again, may we know from the authorized representative of GN Power Dinginin if you're willing to accept the reduction of the offered contract capacity by 200 megawatts.
Hello? Hello, back PSA. May we know if you can hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yes, this is Raymond from GNPD. May we request a few minutes for us to give our decision on this?
That's noted. May we have you answer within 30 minutes? The authorized representative is recognized.
Yes. Hello, back PSA. This is again Raymond Polito from GNPD. We will be accepting the reduction by 200 megawatts.
Thank you, Mr. Polito. That is noted. The TWG is now directed to proceed in adjusting the offered contract capacity of GN Power Dingilin.
Mr. Chair, so as can be seen with the concurrence of the authorized rep of GNPD, the offered capacity of GNPD was revised to 100 megawatts. So shown in the virtual whiteboard is the updated ranking and offered capacity of the 4 qualified bidders. So MPCL and GNPD shall have 500 megawatts and 100 megawatts respectively of offered contract capacity to complete the 600 megawatt capacity requirement of the CSP. Then MPGC and QPPL shall be considered as the possible next best bids in case that MPCL and GNPD shall fail the post-qualification. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Engineer DJ. These results are duly noted. So, Attorney Raymond, maybe know what's next for this bid opening.
Mr. Chair, before I proceed with the discussion of the next steps forward, we note that there's a chat sent by by observer Mr. Baligad. I read it as hello, this is Giovanni Baligad, a CSP observer. I am flagging that this bid submission is not being live streamed in Meralco's social media websites as required by by Section 9 of the ERC CSP guidelines. In this regard, I respectfully request that this session be live streamed. Thank you. As far as we are aware, Mr. Chair, and we ensured it this morning before the start of the proceedings by 8 o'clock, the proceedings have been live streamed in Meralco's YouTube page since around 7:30 a.m. It can be accessed at through as I mentioned earlier, it can be accessed at Meralco's website. Let me read it again, www.company.meralco.com.ph/CSP/ongoing bids. You may access the link there.
All right, thank you, Attorney Raymond. We also note that according to the Zoom app, it indicates that this session is being live streamed via YouTube.
So With with that, Mr. Chair, following the evaluation of the bid prices of the qualified bidders, that we have no further items to discuss in today's proceedings for the opening of bid prices.
So thank you, Attorney Raymond. So that now concludes our opening of bid prices envelope 3 today. An abstract of bids for this bidding will be issued to you and posted in Meralco's CSP subsite and the DOE CSP portal, while a formal notification of best bids will be sent to your emails. As indicated in the IPB, we will proceed with the post-qualification of the best bids. Bidders and observers are advised to monitor their emails for further updates, questions, and clarifications in relation to the post-qualification evaluation. Thank you everyone for joining us today.